All right, good morning. We hear some cars warming up out there and get ready for hopefully some record performances this morning. I've been told that Zung Ho, sitting right here behind the tower right now, is looking to make a real lap on that car and reset the record. I'm told he's gone as quick as 8:15 in that car, and that would be spectacular to see something like that this morning. Tim Godby up here in the tower with me, and what are we looking for this morning?
Well, we got great DA, and this is a freshly prepped track. They're out there putting glue for the whole quarter mile so that these guys can bring these heavily modified cars up and see what they can do. We got a drag pack, we got a Charger, we got several Challengers. It looks like we might be able to get some stuff going because Z said that his Charger ran in 100 point higher DA, so we're a little bit lower on the DA scale this morning than what he had when he ran the 815. So hopefully we'll get something done here. They're spraying the glue and just getting back from the other end, so we're going to have to let it dry. So it'll take just a few more minutes.
So most of our audience will know this already, but for the novice or somebody just tuning in, DA is density altitude, right? And why is that so important?
When you get cold air combined with barometric pressure, etc., all the drag racing nerds get together and figure that there's going to be more oxygen per cubic inch or cubic centimeter of air that the car can squeeze into the motor, because all in all, engine is just a air pump. But anyway, so the lower the DA, the more oxygen there is in a cubic centimeter of air, and really all we need is fuel and oxygen to burn, and it makes you go fast.
And being here at Houston Raceway Park, we are basically at sea level, and with a combination of air temperature and all of that, we can actually see conditions below sea level.
That is correct. It's right now, currently, that's what density altitude is. Is basically it's as if you are 750 feet below sea level as far as the air quality. And what most of us call, in the drag racing world, they call it mine shaft air. That's really what we got.
So that's what really attracts the Legion of Demons and other folks with these cars. That's what attracts them to your Houston event, is the opportunity to run in those mine shaft conditions.
That's correct. One of the things that we do is we when we set this up, one of the parameters that we used to pick a track was low altitude for the track, the availability of the track having negative DA during the time that we were going to run. We searched, we went through 12 tracks, and we came up with Houston as far as centrally located, sea level, the time of the year to have the negative DA. We got really crazy with looking at almanacs and finding out what the history of the dates were and all this stuff. So we went through and we figured everybody else, their season shuts down somewhere around November, and they don't kick it back up till about February. So we figured that the Legion of Demons and the Legion of Mopar, we would have our Legion events during the impossible times of the year, and everybody else would be off of their season work, and they'll be able to come out and have fun. And we're just chasing DA like anybody else.
So talking about records, I know that a lot of the people that participate with you are looking at personal bests, but there are also category bests, like who has the record with a stock tune-up and such. And
yes.
Who keeps track of that, and how do you know if it's a record or not?
Well, as a group, we have a Hellcat Demon Racing group on Facebook, and there's several of the moderators, admins, etc., from that group that are in our in the Legion, and they come to our events, and there is a Mopars United list, which is another group. There is the Hellcat Racing group that also keeps the Texas version of that. But it's really the racers that keep up with it. To be honest with you, we're the best policemen for our own group. But with that being said, the last 3 events that we had, well, actually every event that we have, we seem to clip 1 or 2 categories, and almost every time we reset personal best for people, because that's our goal. That's what we want to do. We want to help people get their personal best, run better, run faster, and if they've got a goal such as a category that they're hunting down, then we work with them to try and help them get it. Like right now, we're giving them the floor, so to speak. We're giving them the track at this time because Z, Higgs, Dale Arnold, Brian, they're all going for some type of record, and this is the time for them to go for it, is right now.
So do you expect them to just make 1 hit as a record shot, or do you think they'll come back up and make it 2 or 3 laps to try to better that record?
In the drivers' meeting, I made it clear that if once they run, if they come down the front service road, then we know that they're going to do a second run. If they don't come back, then we know that their attempts are over. So I expect several of them to come down the front service road to come back around and get another hit.
Now, we talked yesterday about the consistency of the stock Demon, basically, and after 2 or 3 runs, you'll find your best performance. These cars are not stock, they're modified. Does the same thought process apply to these cars?
It does, with some exceptions. If the car has an ice chiller, and it's doing the same thing that the Demon would do with its chiller, so effectively they have ice in their chiller, and in order to utilize that ice, they would make one or 2 back-to-back runs, and if their chiller system burns through that ice, then in one run, then yes, they would go back to the pit and then resupply their ice and everything else. They would do that. But in essence, oh, here they come. In essence, they use the chillers up when they run. So here's Z. So I want to let you go ahead and do what you got to do, and I'll be right here with it.
Z is Zung Ho from right here in Houston. He brings his car out regularly to this track, and not too long ago had a very low 8-second pass in the car, really trying to find the limits of it. Zung from Dayton, Texas, but a regular here at Houston Motorsports Park. And if it's on a good lap, we should see something close to 8 seconds flat. That's the number he's looking for. I understand his best so far has been an 8:15.
Correct.
And yesterday, from what I was told, he set the boost-only record with the car, had reset it by about 1/10 of a second.
That's right. He just purged his nitrous, so that means that he's going to make a full-on nitrous run. So, and mind you, this is 4,400-pound Dodge Charger. Who does that?
Well, it's got the basic building blocks. Got the Hemi under there. It's got the Whipple supercharger on it. It's got a little throttle in a bottle.
That's right.
Give her a little boost, and
here we go.
Yeah. Turns on the pre-stage, the stage, pre-fire. He is ready to go. Picks up the front wheels on that 2-ton machine. Heads for the other end. Full throttle.
And he resets it.
How about that? 8:11 at 170 miles an hour.
I'm wanting to jump in. I'm so excited for him. I just want to yell for him. That is awesome. Great job.
He would, can you imagine getting that car into the 7-second zone?
If he goes and puts his ice in there, I'll give him the time to do it.
That was an amazing pass.
That was excellent. Up next is Jerome Stone in Richard Higgs Challenger.
So what are we looking at here? What are we trying to attempt here for Jerome?
If I remember right, yesterday he was in the 878, I believe, blower only, and this is going to be a nitrous pass, so we'll see. We'll see what he can turn up.
Well, it looks good from this end.
Yes, sir, it does. 870.
At 156 miles an hour. That's a great looking lap right there.
That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad at all. And here's Dale Arnold, who's been with us at every event this year.
So not only do these cars have power adders, but how much of it is also computer controlled with a laptop? Can you plug in a laptop and manipulate the fuel curve and things like that with these cars?
Well, the first three cars definitely are, but this last car, as a matter of fact, I believe this last car is too, the 354, the 2015 drag pack. I believe they actually do that with it too now. But I do know they love them laptops. They got to tune these things to get them to go where they go now.
Now, for your stock, quote unquote stock Demon, do you use a laptop and manipulate anything with your car?
No, there's no manipulation on my car. I just put wheels and tires on it. Dodge did a good job with mine. Dale, as we watch him go down the track.
8:53 at 160.
8:53, excellent.
Dale's got to be happy with that. I wasn't really keeping track of his performances yesterday, but
that would be the fastest car gone yet.
So if you're looking at the computer screen, you can tell pretty early on whether it's on a pass or not based on that first 60 and 330 feet.
That is absolutely right.
So that one was a 126, short time there. Wheels up, start. Now Brian Studi coming up now. This is
A 2015 drag. Now this does not have nitrous.
I would guess the car is still in NHRA factory super stock trim.
Yes, correct. That's an 884 right there. That is very nice. Good run.
153 miles an hour at the finish line, and yeah, I mean that's getting with the program, and all four of those guys should be very proud of their shots down the track, and that was a pretty amazing start to a Sunday right here.
That it is. I noticed that Z's down on the other end. I don't know. Did he pull his chute? If he did, he's just tucking his chute back in.
Well, 8:11. Somehow I feel like we'll see him again shooting for an 8:0.
Oh, it's fine with me. We'll give him the track. If we can get it done, we will.
So it looks like we got a report of something on the top end of the track, and our safety crew is out there. They're going to just make a quick safety check to make sure nothing came off any of those cars on those record attempts. Now, when we talk about a record attempt, is there any additional verification, or do you just look at the time slip and said, that's good, or do you have to go through any weight checks or look under the hood or anything like that?
We would normally, if there was no video evidence of it, we would have to have a backup run, I believe. But the backup is we're verified by your video.
Well.
that fixes everything for everybody.
Well, you're welcome.
There you go. There's no arguing when everybody's sitting there watching it happen.
That's right. That's right. And we do have an audience online, and happy to have all of them here as part of DragRacer.tv. And hopefully we'll see some more great performances today. What does the rest of the day look like as far as the schedule goes?
Everybody's just doing glory runs, if you will, this morning, and then we're going to have lunch, and then after, anybody that wants to grudge race against each other, if they got a little gambling going on, they'll do that, or whatever they want to do amongst themselves. The track is theirs to use as they want.
Yeah, see, that would be a great thing if you don't want to come out here and, you know, like run a regular bracket race or run something like that, just to have the weekend to test and tune and play and the fellowship with other like-minded people, it's a great experience. It's a great family-type experience, and I know everybody, other than the ones that broke their stuff, everybody's had a great weekend.
Well, even the people that broke, they were happy as a lark. I mean, they were giggling. Nobody was really upset. They were like, yeah, I sort of figured that was coming. You know, I mean, everybody with such great DA and a track like Houston, everybody just gets their car on full send. They want to do the best they can. So everybody was going for it. And as they said on these cars, you know, we're just going to put it to it. If it breaks, it breaks. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And they might get something out of it.
Well, for all four of them, it looks like they got something out of it.
Yes, they did, and we're still missing one. I'm wondering where Ben Blaylock is. He should be getting up to the lanes here in just a few minutes.
Well, maybe he saw those first four and thinks he doesn't want to be the weak link. He's putting a little more in it there.
Maybe. He loves to play with his laptop, too.
Yeah, absolutely. So part of lunch today will be to recognize some of the sponsors and people that have participated. And we talked a little bit yesterday with Todd Bruckman from TBA Machine. But
that's correct.
You've got a lot of great companies involved here, and tell me about some of these companies.
Well, let's see. You talked with Todd yesterday. That was a good time. He gave you a little bit about his background and his stuff. I'm going to speak for Michael Barnes again over there in the UK at Bullfinch Homes. He came through. He wanted to be here. Last year he came to our event and ran. So he sponsored this year, which we appreciate very much. Somebody that we didn't get into yesterday is Tally Garibay, who has A1 Collision, and he's at every one of our events normally, and this year his work is just taken over, and he says he just couldn't get away, so he sponsored us, and we appreciate that, because again, it's the atmosphere that we have. Everybody wants to be here, and if there are circumstances where they can't be, they still want to be a part of it. They want to help us out. They want to help the whole, the rest of the family, so to speak, have the event so that everybody can enjoy it. Which they know that anybody else who couldn't make it, if they were here, they would be supported just the same thing by the rest of us. Because this is just a chance to get out here and do this that was not there before, and it is now. So if you get a chance, and you know Tally Garibay, give him a call. A1 Collision Super Center, and then we got Walter Warner, which he was here yesterday. Unfortunately, his transmission didn't like what they were doing, and he has demonic wheels, demonic alloy, and what he does is he offers factory stock wheels in different versions, like the Demon wheels, you know, are 18-inch, and they look a certain way. They're sort of a matte black look, and he takes them and does a black chrome process on them, and it's just on these cars is gorgeous, especially on a car that's metallic. So if you get a chance to look up Demonic Alloy and see what he's got, you might want some wheels from him, and got some good products. Holmberg, Tim Holmberg, he's I see the other cars are coming in line now. Tim Holmberg supported us at every event, and he's been to almost every event, but he supports us every event, and we appreciate his support. He has a shop up in Wisconsin, and any one of these Challengers or Chargers or anything like that needs modification, he modifies it and does a good job. And matter of fact, one of his cars that he modified is here with him. So those are the sponsors we have: TBA Machine, Bullfinch Homes, A1 Collision, Demonic, and Tim Holmberg. And there's one AJ Hemi that he has been here and worked with us. He became a member early on with this demon, and no matter what, we have an event. He calls us up and he says, "Hey, you want a sponsor? You need a sponsor?" And then we say yes, and he gives us the money so that we can have the event. You know, he sponsors us and allows us to have the event. I know the guys are running, so I'm gonna let you go ahead and talk about them for a few minutes.
Well, we just saw Jody Jarvis and Dennis Chasen come up, 985 for Jarvis and 989 for Chasen. These are not necessarily record runs, but these are kind of all out to see if for individual performances. Andy McPherson and Todd Bruckman, we were just talking about Todd with TBA Machine. He heads down track in his Blue Demon. He was the last car down the track last night, and he goes 982 this morning at 138, as does Andy McPherson. And those may, in fact, be personal bests for both of those racers. So, a great morning out here. Conditions are almost absolutely perfect for everybody involved, and that is a great thing to see. Kyle Watson and Jeremy Judd will pull up now. And at the top end of the track, 987 at 139 for Jeremy Judd, but Kyle Watson, how about that? 948. 948 at 144 for Kyle Watson. Again, open test and tune, and we may have a couple of folks that come back up and attempt to break those records that they already did. Mike Mulder and Mark Heidings, excuse me. Mike Mulder, 967 at 140. Marge Heidings, said it wrong twice. Mark Heidings, 1001 at 135. So Tim Godby getting up here drooling down the side of his mouth thinking, I'm missing out on all this great DA. He has left a smoke trail out of the tower to head for his car. See, I got to get me some of this. That's where he is headed right now. We'll get him back up here before the end of the day. But Eric Taylor and David Davies coming up now. Taylor left, that is the yellow demon, and Davies right, the Beelzebub black demon on the right. $990 for Taylor at 137, $980 for Davies at 138. Matt Martin, 9:36 at 1:45. So it looks like Mark wanting to lay down a six-pack here. He comes right up the return road and sneaks back in line. Jody Jarvis and Dennis Chasen. Top end 983 for Chasen. 138 for the speed. Jody Jarvis with a 981 at 139. Todd Bruckman and Mark Heidings. Hot lapping their machines right now. Bruckman, 980 at 138. Mark Heidings, 979, also at 138.93 miles per hour. Mike Mulder, Andy McPherson. Mulder left, the Purple Demon in the Pennzoil lane. McPherson right, the Yellow Demon in the O'Reilly lane. .978 at 139 for Andy McPherson getting there first. Over on the right side, left side, Mike Mulder with a 981 at 139 miles per hour. Left side, Jeremy Judd already up at the starting line out of Wadena, Minnesota. His challenger left, and Kyle Watson right. Rockwall, Texas, in his red eye. Finish line says a 943 for Kyle Watson at 144. Jeremy Judd with a 987 at 139 miles per hour. Eric Taylor and David Davies hustle right back up, fall back in line, and away we go with them. Taylor left, Davies right. Finish line, Davies out in front by about a few car lengths and stretching it out. 977 at 138, and Taylor off the throttle, 1124 at 86 miles an hour, coasting at the finish line. We'll see that from time to time with Eric's car. If he gets down there and something doesn't quite feel right, he will step off the throttle. Dennis and Mark trying to get it done once again. It's a 982. 982 for Dennis Jason at 138. And for Mark Heidings, 981. 981. At 137 miles per hour. I'll do that. All right. Okay. Be sure and put right LIC on your. Oh yeah. Todd Bruckman 976 at 139. Matt Martin 931 at 145. So, we've been working in licensing runs all weekend. Here's the ground rules, and it's pretty simple. If you are licensing, you need to put LIC on your window. That way we'll run you as a single. If you are not making licensing runs, but you were before and you still got it on your window, please take that off. That way we can run pairs. So licensing passes will be singles. Non-licensing passes will be pairs, and you need to tell us which one you're doing. Here's Tim Godby. Guess what? He is doing a licensing pass. And he'll start out with a slow pass, just drives it to the 60 foot. Now he'll idle on down the rest of the track. His first time ticket says 15:54 at 65 miles per hour. Again, if you are licensing, put LIC on the window so we know. If you were licensing and now you're not, take the LIC off your window. Please. Thank you very much. Also, 6-pack runs at 10:30 this morning. If you're interested in running 6-pack runs, we will do that beginning at 10:30 this morning. That's 24 minutes from now. Again, 6-pack runs at 10:30. And if you're going to make a run for a case, let me know. I'll give you some money. Kyle Watson, Jody Jarvis. Watson out front, hustles to the other end. Finish line says 9:52 for Watson at 1:44. Jody Jarvis 9:83 at 1:38. Now it's Andy McPherson coming up, left side, along with Ben Blaylock. Now we expected Ben to be part of our group that was trying to make a record run, but he did not come up with that group. So Ben may yet try to make a record run today, however. Conditions just weren't quite right for that to happen for him. Ben Blaylock with a 974 at 120. Andy McPherson 976 at 139. So that 120 speed for Blaylock means he was off of the throttle before he got to the finish line, because at the 8th mile mark he was 120.93 and at the finish line 120 flat. David Davies, Mike Mulder. Davies with some troubles there, 10:51 at 96 miles an hour on the brakes. Mike Mulder, 975 at 138. Matt Martin and Dennis Chasen coming up now. Top end says Dennis Chasen with a 986 at 136 right side. Matt Martin quicker, getting down there, 930 over on the left. So another single coming up here for Tim Godby, as he is working on his licensing. He'll have to produce 6 time tickets for his licensing process. 2 slow, 2 intermediate, and 2 full speed. To be observed by NHRA credentialed people so they can sign off on the license application. Byron Godby, 1247 at 74. Todd Bruckman and Kyle Watson. They'll be up next. Looks like a little bit of trouble there for Kyle Watson. Now he's back on the throttle to head to the other end. Todd Bruckman, 984 at 139. Kyle Watson, 1452 at 72. Ben Blaylock waits in the water box right now. Ben Blaylock, 885 at 156. Good looking lap there for Ben Blaylock. Andy McPherson now will make a single here in the Pennzoil lane. Again, 6-pack runs, 6-pack runs. We're going to group you up and do that at 10:30 this morning. 6-pack runs at 10:30. Andy McPherson, 977 at 140. Tim Godby comes back up to pick up another time slip towards his licensing process. Appreciated Tim coming up this morning and talking about our all-out runs that we had earlier today, and also letting you know more about the sponsors that help these events happen. 991 at 118 for Tim Godby. Off the throttle at the finish line, coasting to a 991. So the good news is it's the best conditions of the weekend. Bad news is it's exactly the wrong time for Tim Godby to go as quick as he's ever gone. So this is Tim Holmberg's machine coming up here, but that is Tim standing alongside the car. So Laura, is that her name? Laura? Might be Laura's first pass in the car, but just getting comfortable with it as she heads down track. 1674 to 82 miles an hour. Dennis chasing 986 at 138. Tim Godby rolls back up here. .982 at 124, still off the throttle, going 982. So a little bit of track prep going on out there right now, just the flat drag going out, smoothing out the wrinkles that might be out there as we get ready for more runs. Again, 6 packs beginning at 10:30. So I'm joined now here in the announce deck by Austin Hayward, who's the race manager here at Houston Raceway Park. And Austin, first of all, thanks for inviting us back for this year's event.
Well, it's a great event here in January. Not many tracks are capable of running at this time of year, and this year I think has had the best weather leading into the weekend and for the weekend. Not a cloud in the sky and 60 degrees. Finally, the wind died down. Friday, the wind was brutal on us. When you're trying to throw a brick down a wind tunnel, it doesn't work out very well.
Well, you're right about that, and yeah, we've had some great conditions this weekend. Like you said, not a cloud in the sky all weekend long, and it's just been picture perfect. You know, for these folks, they get to come down here once a year, but this is the kind of thing you do all year long here at your facility.
Yeah, we run private tests and events, world-class events here at this world-class facility. Some of our locals, Z, Jerome, we saw them all set personal bests and world records again this morning. Z was out a week ago and went 8:15, and then this weekend he's gone 8:11 to set a new world record and personal best for his car. I hope he has a little bit more to put in it, and maybe we can get it to break into that barrier. And I like world records and firsts to do something.
It's certainly a badge of honor to be a track that hosts world record runs. Now, to brag on you a little bit, it doesn't just happen because we're at sea level and all that. You and your crew have really figured out how to produce a track that can produce those records.
Yeah, I mean, Houston Raceway Park is just a great facility. Being 38, 39 feet above sea level is also very helpful for that, for good, good quality all year. The only time that it really bites us is after a lot of rain, when it has nowhere to go because we're so close to sea level. But I feel like after a couple of years of doing this, I've built a really good team. Seth Angel here at Houston Raceway Park, the GM, has given me the opportunity of a lifetime to work at this level at such a young age, and to build a team, and just trusted me with the equipment that he's bought for this purpose, and the amount of knowledge I've learned from really close friends, TJ Bailey being the biggest one with T&E Promotions. He works with Cheeseburger Eric up at the Motorplex. I learned a lot from him. Jason Miller Brothers Production when they come in for TX2K, and just a lot of just trial and error on this surface. So just a couple of the people that I've been able to learn from over the last couple of years of doing this position. I mean, now I've not even really touched this racetrack this weekend. The only time I've really touched the racetrack is on the scrubber. It's been an interesting weekend of carnage.
Carnage, that's a good word for it.
And I got a John Woodall out there on the tractor right now, going round and round. Him, David Taylor, Augusto and Gilberto have been here longer than I've been alive. They make this job look easy, and I don't know how they do it. So they just do such a great job at this track, and they always have. And I mean, people try to steal them away all the time. But they're like, "We'll trade you 4 guys for those 2." It's just not going to happen. But just the team that's assembled here is just amazing, and we all work really well together.
This is not a typical track in that you have a lot of specialty events. Not only do you have testing, but you also have a lot of specialty events. You've got some things coming up here just in the near future.
I mean, yeah, we start our season, well, this is our second weekend back. It's the second weekend. Actually, it's our third weekend back. We had rained out turkey hunt from Thanksgiving weekend that you were actually here for and providing the live stream for. We ran Reynolds last weekend. This weekend we have Legion of Demons on the property again for the 3rd year in a row, same weekend. And next weekend we have All-American Throwdown, which is our first one of that. That one's been pushed 3 times due to the circumstances in the world last year. We run Cletus and cars twice a year, and that is a fun event. Cletus can fill the stands. If you don't know who Cletus McFarlane is, YouTube him. He's got a really good following. He runs a really good show. We'll have jet cars, burnout contests, import face-off end of February, Space City Showdown, which we're going to welcome you back for that, which is our second annual Space City Showdown. It's an X275 points race for the World Title Championship. We've added Pro 275. Small tire, no time shootout is going for $10,000. We have Tex 275, which that's a Texas-based, the limited 275 class. And then we actually have our own limited street, which is a 1/8 mile, 530 brake, any power adder, just run 530, and it's got to be a street car. We actually have a Whataburger rule. And what it is, instead of having a cruise for this class, if someone protests that your car is not street enough for this class, you got to go get me dinner and bring it back. And if you make it
at Whataburger,
which is just up the road a little ways,
yeah,
figured that's far enough to prove that it's a street car. You don't have to stop, put gas in it. It didn't overheat, and it's quick enough that you can go, come back, and we can go to the next round of racing without having to hold the program up too long for it. Then we run 580, 7.0 each night. TX2K, middle of February. That event has built so much in the last 5 years that it's huge now. It went from way back when Peter Block started TX2K. It was just a weekend, kind of like this. Him and his buddies just wanted somewhere to go run their Supras. Fast forward 21 years later, it's now a 5-day event at a national event facility that is probably one of our biggest events of the year aside of the Nationals.
That's amazing. I would love to come and watch something like that, because not only do I get the opportunity to do these live stream things, but I'm a fan of the sport, and I'm becoming a bigger fan of all different facets of the sport. It's not just about two cars lining up and first one to the finish line anymore. There's a lot of different forms of racing out there. There's general types of racing, which would be your bracket racing, but there's more specialized stuff, and you guys are really growing those types of markets.
Yeah, I mean, bracket racing, grassroots of drag racing. You know, back in the old days with stock and super stock, moving into more of a each person have a unique car and can all race together, being that form of bracket racing. But Houston Raceway Park, it's pretty well rounded with what we run in TX2K, a radial event. We run 2 truck races a year. Actually, we ran 3 truck races last year with our promoter On to Gas. With that, we run a big money bracket race. We run a bracket program. We run a divisional, a national. The track is just, I feel, very well rounded in the amount of entertainment that we can provide to the Houston area location.
So between race dates and special events, you basically got something going on out here every single weekend.
Weekends are not the end of that sentence. Any day that it's not raining, we probably have something on racetrack. That's not always open to the public. I know I have, especially when the weather's good. When the weather's good, people they will call in sick, take time off work to come out here and run. As track prep ends and we get back to some 6-packs now. Are we on 6-packs yet, or are we still just test and tune?
I think we might still be in test and tune. 6-packs, if you're going to do 6-packs, you need to line up in the staging lanes. That'll be coming up in just a minute. Dennis Chasen heads down track right now in his Demon. 987 at 137. And Tim Godby still working on his licensing passes. I believe he's made 4 so far. 2 more time tickets he's got to pick up.
So earlier we were talking about, you know, how rough the weekend's been on these guys. If you haven't been watching all weekend, or this is your first time tuning in, we've had a lot of carnage over the last 2 days. Between the Demon event that we ran over since Friday and also our Friday night program that we can run here local, we have had 22 cleanups on the racetrack. 22. That's not how many broken cars. That's just 22 times we've had to run equipment on the racetrack to clean it up.
I want to say that's good, but it is not good.
It's not good. The first couple are like, okay, yeah, something. The 13th one is a little excessive.
I would agree, and they would agree as well.
I just, every time I'd have to walk down yesterday to do track cleanup, I'm just shaking my head going, this is not what I'm trying to do, guys. I promise. I'm not trying to have a line of demons out here in the parking lot rolling on trailers. It's really not. It's sure 1 or 2 in a weekend is, a little feather in the cap for the guys that do track prep from our side of the fence.
Yeah.
But is Kyle Watson working on a license, or did he have an aborted run?
He was had a little trouble before the 3:30 mark, so he clicked it off. 1373 at 79 miles an hour there for Kyle. Now we get back into side-by-side runs with Andy McPherson and Tim Holmberg. Not Tim, though. That would be Tim's lovely wife. Getting a little more comfortable there in the Demon. Holmberg, one of the sponsors of these events, Holmberg Motorsports. And you were talking about track prep, and you've learned from some of the best, but there's an art and a science to track prep. Tell me what all goes into your thought process when you're trying to put the best track conditions together for an event.
I mean, I don't want to give you away all the secrets that I've been taught.
No. But just kind of in general, a bracket race Friday night, street legal Friday night, compared to a radial race, those are not the same.
They kind of start out the same. We don't do a whole lot different leading into each of those events. The maintenance on the track throughout the event is what is different between those. Friday night we prep it for the beginning, and we'll keep it good and touched up throughout the day, throughout the night. I mean, a bracket race, I mean, bracket cars are getting fast enough that you actually have to go out there in the middle of the event and do something. You can't just spray it in the morning and let it go all day. You gotta work on it. And for a track to be good and stay good throughout an event, whether it's just 1 day or 3 days, 5 days, it's a lot of manpower, a lot of maintenance on the surface. Jason always talks about a clean surface will hold. If it's clean underneath and you put the amount of work into it, it doesn't have to be super shiny, super thick of glue. It'll work. Right. Which is, I mean, we roll race at TX2K where we actually extend the finish line 600 feet past where the quarter mile is. Well, we don't prep down there. You can see it now. You can see where we end the prep. It's right at the scoreboards, which is the quarter mile. But at that event, we prep all the way to 600 feet.
An additional 600 feet.
An additional 600 feet where we clean it very well with a scrubber. And we have probably one of the top of the line scrubbers here at Houston Raceway Park that you can have, and we clean it a lot, and then we just work on it really well. A clean surface underneath will hold really well. So I mean, each morning starts with cleaning the racetrack. You don't just pull equipment out of the shop and just start dragging on it. You have to clean it, depending on what you're running and the shape the surface is in. You scrape it to thin it back out.
So typically, like, if our start time was 10 o'clock this morning, what time would you start prepping the track?
Depending on what we have, what we're running, it can be anywhere from, we're here at 6:30 working on the track for a 10 o'clock start time. It depends on what we have. Last night we decided that we were going to scrape yesterday. That way we didn't have to come in as early this morning. I mean, it's been a rough weekend on these boys that are working on this track. So I put it to them. You all want to scrape today? Or you all want to scrape in the morning? Either way, it has to happen. I don't care when we want to do it. I'll stay tonight or I'll be here in the morning, whenever you guys want to do it. And I'm not a morning person, so if you tell me, hey, we're gonna start at 10, but we've already done half the work tonight, so we don't have to come in at 8:30. Good, great.
Yeah.
We don't have to be here at 6:30 in the morning. I mean, the Friday night to Saturday morning is rough, especially when we had eight oil downs alone Friday night with our street program.
It was already a long day before you got to your Friday night program.
Right, which is we're not afraid of that. Most Fridays during the day we are testing. It's easy for people to take Fridays off to come out here and test their cars if they're going to an event. So Fridays they'll take off. I mean, we ran this Friday, we ran last Friday, I'm running next Friday. And the only reason why I'm not running the Friday after that and that whole weekend is just because I have prior arrangements that I have to go to, and I won't be able to be here. And this track normally doesn't have a car go down it unless I'm here. And that's not putting anything down on them. It's just that's my job.
Your role, yes.
I have to be here for cars to go on the racetrack.
Yeah.
I have to be here for that. But I'm learning that these guys can obviously do this without me. They can clean the track, they can fix it. I mean, they're down there talking right now that, hey, it needs a touch up. I can see the body language between all my starters talking about it, that it needs something. So, and there are tracks I've been to where you start asking the employees, hey, how long is he going to be working on this? Because the guy that normally preps the tracks out prepping the racetrack, you can't talk to him about it. You have to ask her, hey, how long? I really don't know what he's doing. Why? How long have you been here? A year.
You should be well versed after a year.
Well, and just even if they don't openly teach you, you should, as a track official, you should pick up on how long something takes to do. But I'm kind of the other way. Like, there are secrets that you don't want to talk about, and everyone's got their different forms. I've also learned from Kurt Johnson, Total Venue Concepts. I don't want to leave him out. He's a really good guy. Most of my equipment we've bought from him. I talked to him at great lengths too about track prep and just new ideas to make our side of this world easier. I mean, if you start looking at racetracks, there's rotators, which is the big, what we have here is a green John Deere with a broom and a rotator on the back from Total Venue Concepts. And then we have our old Massey Ferguson tractor, which has a flat drag. They both are used to apply rubber to the track. But you can use them in different forms and whatever works on your surface. We have a scrubber, which we have seen a lot of this weekend.
Yes, unfortunately we have.
We have seen a lot. Looking at the soap line, you can see the soap line from here in the front tank. That was pretty full to begin the weekend with.
Not so full now.
It's a 100-gallon tank, and there's probably 30 gallons left in it. That's a lot. We have a buffalo blower, 9-co sprayer. It's just there's a lot of equipment that one you have to maintain during the week. Well, when you get 2 days off from running cars, does not mean you get 2 days off from being at the track, being at work. Especially this time of year with so many people testing, we're here every day. We have something to work on every day at this racetrack.
So, the thing I've learned about you, and you talked about some of the people that you have learned from, you're not only dedicated to what you do here, but you're also dedicated to learning the operation side of it. So, like you said, if you're not here working a race or taking care of this event, there's a lot of weekends where you're on the road going to a different venue, watching how they do it.
Yeah, I need to stop doing that. I love going. At first, I'm a fan of drag racing. The first thing is I'm a fan of drag racing, and then I get very fortunate enough that I get to work at a drag strip and watch cars go down, and to just watch cars go, like when Z went 8:11 this morning, it's like that's awesome. That's a world record. And then when you sit there and you added in that you just did that, you provided the surface for him to be able to do that and the track to do that. That's like it just makes so much more. So yeah, we talked about like weekends that we're off here. It's not a strange thing to see me at another racetrack. It's also not a strange thing for me to walk on that racetrack. They go, oh look, you're here. Do this. I end up walking into a racetrack to just hang out, see friends, because I mean, when you're in this industry, all your friends end up being in the industry, and it's very hard to get weekends off. 10:30, 6-packs.
You heard the man. 10:30, 6-packs in the lanes. Hey, it's 10:30. 6-packs in the lanes. Not Pop-A-Top 6-packs, but the Legion of Demons 6-pack. We need you in the lanes now if you're going to participate in the 6-pack process. Kyle Watson, 1083 at 90 miles an hour. So while I've got you captive on the microphone, and I know you didn't expect any of this, you mentioned your age, and you're fairly young, but let's also be honest. You're third generation in racetrack operations. Your grandpa Art is really legendary in NHRA and for all of his work, and then your dad Buck, and so you come by it honest.
Yeah, I really like the show Blue Bloods on with Tom Selleck and
Yes,
because it talks about the family business.
right.
Which, you're kind of thinking family business in New York, Oh, wait, there's a cop show. Okay, got it. Hang on, they're calling me for the radio. Hold on, let me grab this radio.
Yeah, go ahead. Eric Taylor and Dave Davies coming up. So the family business is not... So your family business is not cops and it's not killers. It's drag racing.
Yeah, it's drag racing. I mean, all the way back. My roots run all the way back to the mid '70s with drag racing. Like you said, my grandpa worked with NHRA for 30 years as their competition or their electronics director. He traveled around the country, maintaining and working on the timing systems at every single national event. So there's a role at a national event, the electronics director. Their job is to make sure the racetrack electronics work, kind of in the name. So Grandpa did that. He was also president of Krondek. before, which was the predecessor before the CompuLink, which is what most or all national event tracks run now. I have a CompuLink here, and then my dad worked with him side by side. My dad actually was there to. They brought him in to finish off Memphis. He was in Memphis for 3 years and helped build Memphis and install a timing system and run Memphis for 3 years before going back to San Diego, which is where I'm from originally. So yeah, I'm young. A lot of people don't really realize how young I am until I tell them. And I've just always kind of been in a professional environment. Well, as professional as it gets in drag racing, it's still a really laid back, really fun time. I come to work in blue jeans and a t-shirt pretty much every day, unless I get told I have to wear something different because we're meeting with somebody that needs a little bit better than just I come to work, I don't know what I'm working on. I don't know if I'm going to be in the office working on paperwork. I don't know if I'm going to be climbing under a tractor working on broken parts. It's just, you got to come work to every day for something different.
Yeah, there's not really a set job description for racetrack manager, is there?
No, I messed up when I signed my contract. The last line in the list of job duties is other duties as assigned. I should have taken that one off because I think other duties as assigned actually ends up being more than duties assigned.
Other duties as assigned is a catch-all for anything that nobody else can do or wants to do. That's you.
Right. There's things, it's not a graphic story, but little out there. Seth walks by me one day in the office. I'm in there plunging the toilet. I didn't plug it, just to say I did not plug it. The toilet's plugged. Walked in there, realized it. Instead of calling maintenance, I can plunge a toilet.
Right.
Grab the plunger. I'm sitting there. Doors open to the bathroom. I'm sitting there plunging the toilet, and he walks by and goes, "What are you doing?" I have a really twisted sense of humor.
Yeah.
It just. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I something stupid, something smart. At the same time.
Yes.
And he just stared at me like, "Really?" It's just so.
That sounds like other duties as assigned, right there.
Duty. Yeah.
Other duty as assigned.
That was actually not. That was a happy accident right there. Well, not the toilet thing, but the wordplay.
But I know you like to brag a little bit on your grandpa, and we talked about this, but the modern drag racing environment with the Christmas tree and the timers and all the sensors and everything you see on a time ticket, he was very instrumental in making all of that happen.
Yeah, I mean, drag racing way back when, there was no computers, 70s. Drag racing started with kind of the way, drag racing started as street racing.
Right.
65 years ago. People complain, so they build drag strips to get them off the streets, put them in a safe environment, controlled environment. And, well, then the other side of that is people build houses around drag strips, people complain, people close drag strips, back to street racing. It's a door that is going to always spin. But yeah, so they moved into they wanted to know how fast. How fast is someone covering the distance? Six packs, you guys should be in the lanes, if you're not already. Get you guys loaded and booted up, and we'll get six packs. That's an interesting
term for that, isn't it?
Right, because after a weekend like I'm thinking of a different form of six-pack.
Yes, and a six-pack may not get it done.
I don't think beer will get it done.
Yes.
But yeah, so way back when, I mean, we talked about last night. We talked about the evolution of the Christmas tree.
Yes.
Christmas tree used to be 5 ambers.
Right.
I don't know the original reason why it was 5 ambers. Who thought that was like, oh, this is what we need? Why not just 1? I mean, okay, so the ambers are to basically signal, hey, it's coming. So they had 5 ambers. Then they decided that, hey, well, 3 is enough.
Right.
Well, then they decided 3 at the same time is enough. And then just to go back and watch the evolution, which isn't something that's covered. Only somebody like me that's on this side. I mean, you could probably talk to other track operators. They really don't care the evolution of the timing system. But because of it, so drag racing is kind of the family business, but more of the timing system was a family business. I'm actually the first person in my family to drive a race car. I'm the first person to actually make the calls to run a race. So it's just evolved into what it is now. Hey, look, we got cars coming around the corner.
All right. That is good. So there's plenty of history out there, and there are some people that are historians of it. You know, Brett Kepner is, and Brian Loans does a good job of maintaining the history, and Lewis Bloom did as well. But your family story really is a big part of that history. So I'm going to let you go so you can get back to your job. But let's say if somebody wanted to put together a test session or find out more about Houston Raceway Park and how they could come out here and take advantage of your facility, how would they do that?
They just need to get in contact with me. My email is Hayward, which is my last name, Hayward, HAYWRD @HoustonRaceway.com. I also maintain and manage. I'm a person of 3 or 4 that maintain and manage the messaging system through our Facebook page, Houston Raceway. I also have a private group that's, well, it's not very private anymore. It's got 1,300 people in it. But I have a group for rentals, Houston Raceway Park rentals. If I have an open one, this is obviously a private one that's closed to the public, but if I have an open one, 200, 250 a car, we'll run 8 hours, depending on the time of year, it's during the day, at night. We'll have slicks available, we'll have radials available. And also, like, if Emmons, Jerry, Terry, Gary, Speedy,
Right.
They're here local. If you know, they did really well last year. Emmons Autoplex is a big role in my bracket program here. They'll need testing sometimes, and they got 4 or 5 cars on their own. We only have to fill the other 5 car spots in a 10 car rental. So I posted, hey, we got 5. We need 5 slick tire cars.
Right.
And the reason why you go by tire is because a slick tire wants to spin a little bit. If you go watch big tire racing, Pro Stock, Top Fuel, Funny Car, Pro Mod, if you watch that tire in slow mo, it actually is spinning faster than the car is being propelled.
Right.
Radials, they want a dead hook and go, which is kind of why we have cleaned up a lot of rear ends this weekend, is because we made it dead hook and go, and we also find weak links. So John's been talking about, hey, Houston Raceway Park, we break records in rear ends, not hearts. I appreciate being on the mic. Thanks for letting me talk a little bit about the background of where I come from. I'm very fortunate to get to live this life and be a part of this track.
Absolutely. There's a whole lot of people in the world that would trade places with you in a heartbeat if they had the courage to do it.
Send resumes. I might take them up on it.
Thank you very much. Austin Hayward from Houston Raceway Park. Dale Arnold on that pass, not exactly what he was looking for at all. 960 at 156. We got cars lined up here for 6-pack runs. And as we talked about yesterday, whenever we've seen the 6-pack, basically what happens is they line up end to end. They'll each make an individual pass, come right back up the return road here in front of the grandstands, pull right back in the water box, run again, and then do the same process all over again. 3 consecutive passes, back to back to back, looking for their best performance on the third and following passes. Tim Godby, Andy McPherson. Starting out our 6-packs. 972 at 139 for Tim Godby. Andy McPherson, 979 at 139. Dennis Chasen rolls up now, right side of the track. Chasen from Irving, Texas. And Mark Heidings, left side. Green light starts for both. Heidings rattles the tires a little bit off the starting line. Chasen to the top end. 989 at 137. Heidings shuts off the timers to a 1538 at 73. It's Eric Taylor and Mike Mulder now in the water box. Mulder out of San Clemente, California. Out there on the left coast. And Eric Taylor from Elon, North Carolina. East Coaster, meeting halfway across the country here at Houston Raceway. See our racers coming right back up the return road to pull back into the water box. Mike Mulder, 969 at 139. Eric Taylor, 997 at 137. Tim Godby and Andy McPherson now pull up, and I believe they have swapped lanes. So Andy left, Tim right. Tim prefers to burn out and coast across the starting line and back up. We see that generally every pass that he makes. Andy's Yellow Demon. Both of them get in there and stage. 3 drops and away they go. Five-dial part at the starting line, which is not that big of a deal. 982 for McPherson at 139. Tim Godby, 967 at 137. He's been looking for a number like that all weekend. Dennis Chasen and Marge Hidings. And it's a 988 for Dennis Chasen. 138 on the speed. Marge Hidings, 989 at 139. Eric Taylor, Mike Mulder. Eric Taylor with a 993 at 137, and for Mike Mulder, 971. 971 at 139. Tim Godby, Andy McPherson hustle right back. Once again, the lane swap. Tim moves back over to the left lane, and Andy in the right. Well, Tim Godby, 965 at 139. That's his best pass. Yeah, 965 at one time was the record in this category. It's been bettered since then. Andy McPherson with a 977 with a 7 at 139. Marge Hidings, Dennis Chasen, off and running on their green light starts. And for Marge Hidings, left side of the track, it's going to be a 979 at 139. Dennis Chasen, 985 at 138. And your final pair coming up now. in our 6-pack process. It's going to be Eric Taylor. I'm sorry, that's Mike Mulder and Eric Taylor. So Taylor leaves before the tree is activated. Will not get a time. Mike Mulder, 978 at 140. So after a little pause there for some additional track prep, just want to make sure everything remains consistent for the rest of the day. We'll roll right back into Todd Bruckman and Jody Jarvis. As their mounts are in the water box. These are 6-packs. 6-packs coming up. Got it. So the second group of 6-packs coming up right now. Bruckman and Jarvis will start it out. So for TBA machine left side, Todd Bruckman with a 978 at 139. Jody Jarvis 986 at 138. Next pair rolling up. That's going to be David Davies and Jeremy Judd. JJ left, DD right. Looks like Jeremy out front by a fender length. 989 at 139. He got to the finish line first, but the quicker of the two, David Davies, 978 at 138 miles per hour. Your third pair coming up here in this 6-pack group, Andy McPherson and Marge Heidings. I guess they're going for the 12-pack. $9.79 left at 139 for McPherson. $9.86 at 139 for Heidings. Pass number 2 here in our 6-pack. This is Jody Jarvis and Todd Bruckman. Bruckman 976 at 138. Jarvis 983, also at 138 miles an hour. See the numbers flashing up on the scoreboard. Now we'll reset and bring our next pair up. It's going to be David Davies and Jeremy Judd swapping lanes. Davies left, Judd right. Blue car off the starting line first. Might be the best reaction time of the morning right there for Jeremy Judd. Finish line marker says 986. 986 at 138 for Jeremy Judd. For David Davies, 976. Also 138 miles an hour. So one thing about it, these cars are very, very consistent. Marge Heidings, Eric Taylor. Heidings having a little trouble in the burnout area, so back up, start over again. Meantime, Taylor, pre-staged, waits here in the right-hand lane. And they bring the car forward. Reaction times don't count, but performance does. I said Eric Taylor, it's Andy McPherson. 987, 139 for Hidings. 976 at 139 for McPherson. Jody Jarvis, Todd Bruckman. Back up for their third pass here in the six-pack. Should be the best of the group. $982 for Bruckman at 139. For Jody Jarvis, $984 at 138 miles per hour. So Jeremy Judd and David Davies. To the top end they go. 988 for Jeremy Judd at 139. 975. 975 at 138 for David Davies. Here comes our final six-pack pair. Andy McPherson, Marge Hidings. And I said Marge, that is Mark. Apologies. So Andy McPherson, little troubles out of the water box right there. Race master Tim Godby gets them lined up once again. I'm going to say there might be something wrong. So Andy will go ahead with a abbreviated burnout. We'll pull up to the starting line. Well, third time's a charm here, as Andy McPherson gets it lined up out of the water box. Goes right in stages. $986 at 138 for Andy McPherson. Mark Heidings, 991 at 138. Jody Jarvis returns to the water box right now. He'll make a single over here. Jody out of Navasota, Texas. That is the Black Demon here in the O'Reilly lane, right side of the track. Just rattles the tires off the starting line, and he will back up and try it again. Not sure if he's going to do the full process. Another burnout. Which I guess the answer to that is, yeah. Do another one. And in the meantime, David Davies pops up there. So it'll be a pair of Black Demons, left and right. David Davies with a 978. Jody Jarvis with a 998. For speed, Davies at a 138 mark, and Jarvis 137 miles an hour. Jody Jarvis off and running once again. And for Jody, 988 at 138 miles per hour.
do have some pictures of both of y'all's tires, only the rear tires.
Hannah.
So trying to compare that.
P-O-L-L-E-T, everyone says.
Yesterday I checked my first this morning, because yesterday I set them at 18.5. Checked this morning at 18.5. But I said, well, I'm not going to bump it up. So I bumped them up to 20. They never totally respond. And then... Did the wiggle go away on the minion? Oh, yeah, the wiggle's gone. And then the... Mine was more like wiggle.
Well, Tim Godby returns to the tower after getting a little seat time this morning. Conditions had to be pretty much right out there for you.
Yeah, we were able to do a couple sets of 6-packs so that we could show the people out there, what kind of fun we have here. Yeah, and I was able to clip off a 965 with the car twice. So in that 6-pack, that's not too bad. The weather could be a little bit better, but as in drag racing, everything else drag racing, I need some better balanced tires because they're out of balance right now, and they were shaking me, and everything's got to be perfect to make those perfect runs.
That might be a little uncomfortable when you get to the finish line and you start getting a little out of balance, rattling down there, and but you have to have confidence that it's just the tires and not any driveline component that's having a problem.
That is correct. That is correct. We another thing with the 6-packs that most people don't really realize, we're utilizing the car the way that it needs to be utilized, getting the chillers to work and everything else. But another thing it does is it trains people, especially novice, intermediates. It trains you because it puts you under pressure. Because you got somebody coming up behind you, you got a deadline, so to speak. You got to get up there and you got to hit it, and it gets people the experience of being able to do their process. In other words, do the burnout, the pull up, their stage, their launch, and it just puts you under pressure to be able to get you to do it at your home track or wherever you're going to go.
So besides these events that you put together, the Legion of Demons, Legion of Mopars, do you get out and race your Demon anywhere else?
Last year I participated in the Modern Street Hemi Shootout and was able to get enough points to be able to get the Demon Heads Up Championship. However, I also ran in a 10-0 index and the bracket race, which I did okay, but mostly, when you go to events, a car usually is in one class,
Right.
The one thing about the Demon is that you can stick the Demon in a lot of classes. I ran 3 classes every time at every event, and it was just, all I did was keep putting fuel in it, swapping the rear tires around, and keep going. And it's a good vehicle. It's a great platform for being able to drag race, bracket race, and it's just so consistent, and it just stays right there with you.
So for some people that might be kind of boring to just have a car that you don't do anything to it except put fuel in it. But for an old fart like me, that sounds like an ideal way to go to a racetrack for a day.
Yeah, I like to tell people that I have my own personal amusement park. I don't have to pay to go to anywhere else, any other amusement park. I got my own right there, launching at 1.8 or 1.9 Gs, and it gives you a little tunnel vision when you launch in it, and it's your own amusement park. I can tell you that.
Well, it looks like a fun ride coming off the starting line. It picks the wheels up just a little bit as it leaves the start, and that's got to be a lot of fun. Now, your events, you talked about Modern Street Hemi Shootout, those types of events, and you're all different organizations. You have kind of a common goal, but is there any bragging rights between yours and theirs? Hey, we set records here and that kind of thing. Is there anything like that, friendly competition back and forth between?
Actually, one of the things I try not to do is cause any issues with any other series. That's why we like to have our events in the off season. Everybody else's off season is our season. We do track rentals to keep people, in the groove. The car doesn't sit. They've done something to it. They want to be able to get out and test it before they get back into the season. The Modern Street Hemi Shootout has a program. The NMCA has their program. Everybody has their program. We're track rentals with a little flair to them. I'm not in the world of competing with them for that reason. I really think that we've got a good deal right here where it's basically our little family reunion, and everybody brings their car and we all have fun, and we have we go down the track. Yes, we've been doing bracket races, but that's because they're drag racers and they won't stop talking about wanting to race each other and everything else. So we throw in a little bracket race in there and grudge races or whatever. But most of the time they like doing things such as the six packs, which you just saw a minute ago. They just like beating on the cars and having a good time.
Yeah, that's kind of the amazing part to me after watching it the very first time last year. Is these aren't like show ponies that you know. The philosophy is we didn't build them to look at them. We built them to drive them, and you guys have no problem pushing them to their limits.
Yeah, there's quite a few people that look at you sideways about having a demon and knowing that you come out and you actually use the demon for its purpose. As long as you take care of the car will take care of you. It really is. And you know, a lot of the owners really do have them cleaned, and they're in show quality. They get dusty and a little bit of rubber on the quarter panel out here, but for the most part, they're pretty doggone sharp. I don't know too many cars that have a lot of, the demons that have a lot of miles on them. I have to go back to our member Eric Brumley, who has like 30 or 40,000 miles on his. Last year, I really wish we could do the Brumley saga of last year, because he set out and it took him a week to get here. And when the demon got here, it literally did not have the nose on it.
Oh my!
He did not have the nose on the car. And once he got there, I loaned him my rear tires, and he was able to clip off a 972.
Oh wow!
And but then I really hope we do that one day, because that is a story that needs to be told, I believe.
Well, we should definitely do that. Now, one of the things that you mentioned yesterday, the demon itself, there's a fixed number of those. They're not building them anymore. There's only, what did you say, 3,200 of them?
I believe there's 3,200. Let's see, 3212 or 3216. They had a few that burned up in a trailer, and some of the manufacturing issues, and the government won't let you use the VIN number anymore. So they had to make new bodies for those cars. So I believe it was like 3312. But yeah, it's a limited run. It's a one-time off.
Right.
So that's all that's built.
And of those, only a couple of hundred of them are actually getting them out and pushing them like you guys are?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Well, because it's a one-year car, and it is what it is. If you look back at the history of collector cars, you look at the ones that Chrysler made, Dodge made, back in the Plymouth made, back in the day. The Hemi Super Stocks that they made back in the 60s, those cars are very valuable right now. And the Demon, in effect, along those lines, is our Hemi Cuda. That's our Super Stocks of the 60s, of our era. They're the cars that everybody wishes they had. Everybody, you never see one out in the wild.
And that is true. You don't, like I said, when I came down here last year, it was the first time I actually saw a Dodge Demon in person.
Yeah, and you got to see 48 of them all at one time.
I did. It was pretty cool.
It was a kaleidoscope of colors.
Kaleidoscope of colors. And which the picture that we put on the thumbnail here for our live stream, it came from one of those events. And yeah, I mean, there are a collection of demons out there and demon drivers, and it was pretty cool. It's a cool sight to see.
Yeah, they of that 3,212, we estimate, now that's just us, we don't actually have numbers, and this is not scientific by no means. This is a bunch of us just sitting around just trying to figure it out. But we figure there's probably 500 or so that are actually driven normally, like enough to be able to do drag racing or something like that if they chose to. We also estimate that there's about 250 or so that actually bring them to the drag strip throughout the world. And of those 250, approximately 50 to 60% at any given time are in the club. So whenever we're having events, of the actual active demons out there, we've got about 50% basically that are in the club out here driving them and using them for what they're supposed to be used for.
Well, you'd mentioned the Hemi-Cuda, and those things, they were a couple of $1,000s, right, when they were new, maybe $5,000, which was big money back then.
That it
But
certainly
now
was.
if you get a Hemi-Cuda in excellent condition, it's $1 million car.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to be quoted here, but I think they're around 2 or 3 million, if not more now. There's some crazy numbers on those 70 and 71 Hemi-Cudas. But again, Dodge had the vision that they wanted to get back into this, and here we are. I mean,
Yeah, here we are.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
they knew that we were out there. They knew that we were sitting there waiting for something like this, and they gave it to us.
So, from the collector car perspective, are these a good investment as far as appreciation in value?
I've seen cars that were purchased for 80 go for 140.
Okay.
And we've noticed that the market goes up and down on them, and they're hovering value wise 20%, 30%, and those are cars that are driven every day. And I mean, at the track
Right,
and doing whatever,
right.
they're holding at 20 and 30% above their purchase price. So if you were to take a Hellcat, for instance, and you were coming out here to race and you wanted to modify it, you were taking a roughly $65,000 car, and you added $40,000 worth of modifications to it. You would have invested, somewhere in the $105,000, $110,000 in your car. Well, when you turned around to sell it, you wouldn't be able to sell it with the mods on it. You'd still have a $65,000 car that's been modified. So in most people's eyes, it has a little less value. I've watched Demons modified go for the price that people have in them, the price of the car plus the modifications, and they get 100% of their money back. It is, and they had them for 2 or 3 years. It's the only car that I have seen do that. Now Vipers and stuff like that may, other platforms that I don't know about may do that. But
Right.
in my world, in the bracket of vehicles that we have to work with, or that I can work with, that's the only one I've ever seen do that.
Well, and in reality too, you talked about the Viper and some of those other vehicles that are out there. They had multiple model years. They went through some evolution in the body style and stuff. The Demon was a one-off deal.
Yeah. Does it look like a wide body V6 Challenger? Yeah, from a distance, but it doesn't carry itself like a wide body V6 or a 5.7 or or 392 or the great thing is you in effect back in the 60s and 70s you could get a Coronet body style, for instance, and you could have an RT, a Super B, SE, and you could have everything from an inline 6 to a 426 Hemi. And in effect, Dodge is giving you the same thing today. You can have that car, the Challenger, and have all those options, Charger as well. But the Demon, when they pull up or you have that at a car show, it's just it is what it is. Everybody knows what it is. It's a one-off, 1 year, great machine for what it is, and I think that Dodge had it right by making it one time, making a lot of other models that's close to it, but you can put a red eye and a super stock next to a stock Demon. It does not matter. I don't care what anybody says. You put the same tires on both cars, a Demon will outrun them every time. There's a lot of videos out there where it shows this car and that car running a Demon.
Sure.
And this guy's running a video and it shows the Demon losing and all this other stuff. I haven't seen them call any of us guys from the Legion of Demons and ask us to drive those Demons, because if they did, they'd have a fit, because we've raced the 720s and the 650s, the McLarens and all these, and the Teslas and all that. They all get upside of the Demon on the drag strip, and they don't do nothing. The Corvette might, somewhere about a half mile, but in the quarter mile, they're not going to get us. But you put the same drag radial on any one of the cars, Corvette, Camaro, Mustang, whatever. Put the same tire on the Demon, and ends up racing. The Demon will walk away from them.
That's got to feel pretty good pulling up to a stoplight knowing you got that in your back pocket.
It basically makes me know that I don't even have to match the gas. I just ride off from the thing.
So when you are out tooling around on the street, you ever have anybody like pull up beside you and roll down the window and say?
Almost every time. It's a Honda VTEC, whatever, with a can on it. They're like, I want to race you. I'm like, going, just no.
You don't really want to. You may think you want to.
No, they just want to see what you can do. That's all.
Well, sure. I get that. Yeah, it would be fun to have something like that. Like I'm driving around in a GMC Acadia. It's not exactly a thrill machine. It's practical, but
there you go. It serves its purpose. It's good to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even most people don't know this, but a Demon. I've driven a couple of trips with the Demon to other cities. An hour. An hour and a half.
Yeah.
Hit 23 miles a gallon with the damn thing.
Now that's amazing to me right there, because you would think with that Hemi under the hood and everything else, it would be just making a big sucking sound and watching the fuel gauge. That's not the case.
We in street mode, you can put it in eco, whatever.
Right.
You can put it in the green mode. You can put it in eco, and as you're driving down the road, and it's in eco mode, and it's in 808 horsepower, you can at a red light in drive, without messing with your dash, you can pull it over into manual. It kicks eco mode out.
Yeah.
And you hit and you tap the high output button while you're sitting there, and it goes straight from 500 horsepower eco mode all the way to 840 while you're sitting there looking at somebody, and they never know you touched anything. So it is pretty it's pretty nice to do that when you want to, when you think that you want to play with somebody.
That's sneaky but fun.
It is because eco mode starts out in it's 500 horsepower mode, and then it never goes to first gear. It's in second, so it sounds like a dog when you leave, and it's just going on. It winds it out in the gear because it's only 500 horsepower. But yeah, I've done that several times, and it's like you're riding along. You go a couple red lights, and people are playing, and then the third red light is sort of like sandbagging anywhere else. Then you get it over. You just flip it over, not doing anything. You just flip it over, and in manual and it's in 840, and then you just walk away from them, and they it surprises them, especially after the first 2 times they did a hit with you, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I got this guy, I got him, I got him." Yeah.
Not that we're encouraging street racing.
No, nobody does that.
No.
I'm just talking about hitting it. You
Yeah,
know, just
yeah.
like when you leave a red light, you just put some gas to it, and then
Right.
you go. You get up to 55 really quick. You know, there's no law in that. How fast I get to 55.
Right. That's exactly right.
Which is about 1.5 seconds in a demon. 1.6 seconds in a demon is 0 to 55.
That's amazing.
Which is not what people believe. Everybody thinks, oh, well, it's 2.1, 2.3, 2.5, whatever. Yeah, the actual is something different.
Yeah. My Acadia wouldn't go 0 to 55 in 1.5 seconds if you pushed it off of a cliff.
But it gets there at 30-something miles a gallon. It's one of those things where if we had the same trip to make, you'd be all right. You'd get there in time. I wouldn't. I'd have to stop for gas a couple times.
Well, might have to stop a fewer times, but yeah, it would be. You know, sometimes you're just it's just the practical thing to do, right?
Right. And we appreciate you driving that distance to come visit us and work with us and do this for us. We really do. These last couple of events have gone live, and that was that next stepping stone that we needed. You know, we were recording them before for the first couple, and now we're going live. But we really appreciate the product that we're getting, because that's what we all want. Such as Z earlier, you know, we would rely on our buddies to videotape with their phones and stuff, but see, Z just ran that, and he's got 3 camera angles, you know, plus the board, plus the screen pops up with all the actuals, and I mean, it's just that extra piece, you know, that in the app that we have.
Right.
You screenshot that app, and then he has that as a digital ticket.
Well, that's I'm happy to be a part of it, and yeah, driving is part of the gig, because you know I got too much junk to put on an airplane and go somewhere.
You'd spend all your time in TSA trying to.
That's
figure
right.
out, they'd be like, "What do you have there?"
Yeah, I couldn't do all of that, but
that's right.
And I will say, you know, about my deal, it's I really love the opportunity to do these kinds of things and to travel the United States. I mean, I've been to both coasts and the Canadian border and the Gulf of Mexico, and you know, been all over the country. I did about 80,000 miles last year. I drove to California a couple of times. I Las Vegas 3 times, down here, and just kind of all over the place. So, and that one thing I would tell people about driving, you know, there's people that may be bored, nothing to do. They've never got off their couch and gone and seen the world. You know,
Yep,
you
I
just
agree.
need to get off the couch, put a tank of gas in the car, start driving. There's a lot of cool stuff out there all over this United States, and 99% of the people never venture out to see it.
Yeah, you go out west on 66 and stuff like that. I had a chance to do it several times now, going coast to coast, and I did it one time with my sister. My sister moved out there one time years ago, and we just went straight through, and it took us a long time. It seemed like, you know, it was like forever. And
Yeah.
Once I got a little older and got a little braver with keeping exactly on the speeds and just you know, working through it, you know, driving on nonstop. It's a job. It's literally, if you just think of it as a job, you go into work for the day. You go to work 12, 14
Right.
hours, and you're good to go. Yeah, you can't experience life through that telephone, that digital device,
Right.
or whatever. Even though we like to have the digital devices and all that stuff as records of our time, but you can't, you'll never make or do anything sitting there looking at that phone. You got to get out here and be a part of it and join people, and that's really what it's all about. Like for instance, those guys that ran their record numbers here earlier, they wouldn't have done that if they were just sitting there typing on their phone saying,
That's
"Yeah,
right.
I've done this modification, I've done that modification." It really doesn't mean anything until you get that green light and run all the way through the end of the quarter mile. Doesn't mean a thing.
That's exactly right. And life is meant to be experienced, and no matter what it is, no matter what your passion is, sitting around talking about it, thinking someday I'll do it. Well, guess what? Someday is
Right
this
here,
could
right
be the
now.
day. This is the day.
Yeah, that's right.
So get
I
out
think-
there and enjoy it.
I think we might be running up on lunchtime here in just a minute.
Yeah, I know. I talked with SE a little while ago, and they had already gone and picked up stuff to get ready for lunch. So just waiting for the call from her to let everybody know that we'll be ready for lunch. Looks like there's no. Well, that's either Eric or Andy back there in the staging lanes right
That's
now.
Andy.
Andy with the hood up. Right.
So let's call lunch. Let's go ahead and call lunch. Take a break. Let them work on the track, and everybody can rest. We can do the awards from yesterday.
Very good.
And we can highlight our sponsors and take care of them, and we'll be back for finishing up after lunch.
All right. Well, you heard the man. It is lunchtime. You can head over to the Tower Club and enjoy your lunch. We'll be down for about an hour and then be back to action somewhere around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Kyle Watson, first car back down the track this afternoon as we are back to action. Test and tune runs now available between now and 5 o'clock when we shut things down. So if you want to make any runs down the track, it's an open call to the lanes from now until 5. So go ahead and bring them on up whenever you're ready. And we will work you down the track and give you plenty of opportunities to play and test and tweak and find out what you and your car have in store. Once again, lanes are open for the remainder of the afternoon. For Kyle Watson, Kyle appears to be working on licensing credentials right now. He is making another pass here. So again, it takes 6 time slips to make it all happen. And for Kyle Watson out of Rockwall, Texas, 1294 this time around at 89 miles per hour. Well, stop me if you've heard this one before. Kyle Watson, Rockwall, Texas, pulls up in the right-hand lane. So it looks like getting one of his moderate passes out of the way. And for Kyle Watson, 1174, 91 miles per hour. Run number 4 coming up for Kyle Watson. Rattled the tire there a little bit. So 11:59 at 102 miles an hour. A little progression there in the time slip, which is what we're looking for. So with those 4 completed, looks like we'll see 2 more full-on passes to complete his licensing process. Of course, I say that. He'll be accumulating the time tickets that he needs, and then he'll have to fill out the paperwork, have it witnessed by 2 NHRA credentialed members, and then submit it to the division office and get his competition license for NHRA. 1093 at 105 miles an hour for Kyle this time around. So one more pass coming up, and we should see a pass that's somewhere close to the 10 flat, 990 range coming for Kyle Watson to complete his 6 runs. Kyle Watson back for one more pass. He might roll back around here and try it again now, because he doesn't have to have 6 consecutive passes. He can skip that one on his license application if he wants, and then come back up and make a pass that he would like to submit with it. 12:49 at 77 miles an hour. Todd Bruckman waits there in the shade, right by the ready line, the TBA machine Mopar. Kyle Watson comes back to a 1081 at 142. Well, we got a few more time runs coming up here. Todd Bruckman over here on the right, getting set to make a run, and as he pulls up to the starting line, we're about to call it a day here for our live stream. Tim Godby returns back up here. And Tim, any closing thoughts related to this weekend here in Houston?
Yeah, we as Todd takes off and rolls down there. I think everybody had a great weekend. We set some records. We set many personal bests. We may have even set a different type of record with things getting broken, but we're not going to talk about all that. It's people just going, trying for all they can get with it. Another year, another successful. This is the beginning of our year 2021, and we've got some events coming up. You can see new events at racethedemon.com. You can sign up for anything, get t-shirts, hats, at legionofdemonsracing.com. You can see pictures and our lineup for future events. And at legionofmopar.com, you can see some pictures and stuff, but basically you go right over to the Race the Demon site. I was very happy. Everybody was very happy. We did a little bit of a award ceremony there at lunch, and we got some great comments on what we could do different for next year. And this year has turned out rather well, compared to what our season is normally like, But who's this, Andy?
Yeah, this is Andy McPherson coming up right now.
And looks like Todd's going to come back around and use his chiller. But hopefully everybody can come out and see us for the next event, and we're going to go ahead and start cleaning up and packing up as everybody utilizes the track for the end of the day. Thank you for being with us.
Well, thank you for inviting us to be part of the group, and we certainly have enjoyed the weekend. I look forward to the next time that we can all get together as part of the Legion of Demons, Legion of Mopar, and I've really enjoyed my time as well. I feel like I'm part of the Legion family, and so happy to be here and look forward to the next time that we can do it. And with that, we're going to go ahead and shut down the live stream right now. For those of you that have tuned in this weekend, we've had about 6,000 people total watch over the course. Not bad at all. And happy to have each and every one of you. Hope you found it entertaining and enjoyable, and maybe learned a little bit here, a thing or two. And take advantage of the opportunity to get out to your local track, wherever it is across the United States, and get out and play a little bit. Take your street ride out and see what you can do with it. And we hope to see you out at a racetrack real soon and down the road with the next Legion of Demons event. And with that, have a great night, everybody.